heart of Polythreme. You fought a being that had spread its influence throughout the city, the being that was in control of all the Silver Guardians. Was the Silver Guardians, and with the help of Gromo, the miners, and even some of the Polythreme Guard, you defeated it. In the Silver Titan's final moment, Gromo slipped the bounds of his mortal host, a raven-haired woman whose body now lies still at the Silver Pool's edge. And instead of the towering figure of Silver out of the pool, a sphere rises. An incomplete sphere, partial and damaged. It looks like a carbon copy of the damaged silver sphere you'd seen in the reconstructed memory of the Archon, deep underneath Arcanus. As the sphere rises out of the silver, you hear the voice of Gromo, echoing and reverberating through the silver.
People of Polythreme, I am the Machine Hand. Through greed and master I was shackled from my purpose, but fear no longer, when now Silver walks these streets, and as shields for you they stand.
The voice retreats, no longer blaring like lightning-struck thunder, more like the tolling of a faraway bell.
It is not the truth, not entirely, but it shall protect them even if from themselves. I am reforming the silver as we speak. They shall bear different faces, speak with different voices, and they are purging the old oppressors now. I have no need for pipes nor tunnels, so this structure too I shall disassemble in due time. And you who were momentum to the changing time, are you all right?
Oh, we'll be okay in a couple days. I think.
Feeling terrible.
Yeah, but
I
That's
guess I'll
not-
pull through somehow.
I know the questions burning on your mind. So as you recover, let me assure you, my purpose is unchanged. Though I know now I understand much more the actions of my kin. I remain alone in my opposition.
what? Sorry, I've just been knocked out several times in a row. So can we like talk to you through the constructs and stuff? Will that be possible?
If you talk at a construct, it may take some moments, but I will be able to respond.
Okay, yeah, I think we have questions. I'm sorry, I just again. Would it be possible to talk maybe like tomorrow about all that stuff? If both give ourselves some time to reconstruct whatnot.
Of course.
Right. I mean, unless like you can throw it Evelyn. Unless Evelyn's more in her right mind. Rhett's like, I don't know what's going on right now. What the heck?
Evelyn's still like kind of like just slowly making her way over.
The silvers will open the way to the streets above, to the district now changing.
Okay. Do you like okay.
You had mentioned being able to show us the room that you recall previously waking in. Is that something that's still potentially available? Perhaps not right now.
Of course.
Looking over the rest of
You'll
the group.
understand you want to find my tomb. Far below here, far below where the people have dug for treasure and life, lies a city. Abandoned and cold in the dark, its streets have become tunnels, its houses caves. But you should beware that in old and long forgotten places, old and forgotten creatures thrive. The entrance lies not far from here in the mines. It leads to a cave at the city's edge. But no matter where you enter, through the maze you will find the plaza, the forum at the city's center. All roads lead there. And central to the plaza lies a hole, a deep cleft that was hewn by magic blades, a cut that pierces into my tomb, buried even under the buried city.
And you mentioned that you have a better understanding of the actions of your kin.
I do.
Would you mind sharing a bit of that perspective?
As you would recall, my kind are carriers or couriers of reflections of the people who created us, to bear into the next world and the next. Our purpose is vague at best, to be a legacy that carries on, but to where? By waking and seeding and waking innumerable times, we have fulfilled our purpose. Or is there more? Over times, these questions changed us. This existential struggle, perhaps, is what created reflections of our own. In the conscious of our creators, archetypes determine an individual. Each single being is a complex matrix of these archetypes, but all are one above the rest. Each of my kin has a name as such: the fool, the hero, the warrior, the mother, the child, the hunter, the murderer. Each of the reflections we carry has a dominant archetype. That is how their arcs were chosen, crafted. These are the archetypes we inherited, our own reflections born from those we carry, most likely. I am the outsider. The reflections entrusted to me all fulfill this archetype. Prisoners, exiles, shunned, all those unwelcome at the table. With regret, I also admit that a key part of me is still missing, faint and distant in foreign skies. A part of me that seems insignificant against the whole, but key in so many ways. The silver lost to me held the extremes of my archetype. Disgraced kings, fallen leaders, raving prophets, depraved sorcerers. Those who became outsiders by the very nature of their being. Psychopaths, sociopaths, and yet a key part of our creators. Their fear for what was to come was unmatched. For as outsiders, they must have felt helpless and alone. The god of nothing, that is what they feared. A fear of obliteration. A fear of becoming nothing. The driving force behind our creation. This god of nothing sleeps in the essence of the blind, and each time the blight comes to engulf the world, it devours more. When it finally devours all, the god wanes. This is all that I remember. These extremes that I miss, the reflections that hold so much of the knowledge you seek. Reaching them goes against the very nature of their being. They will hide and build walls and tunnels and vaults and tombs to protect themselves. When you spoke of the wizards that now hold the silver, I felt much disdain from you. Perhaps I can understand why. It is fear that makes outsiders. The Forge Master, Crustor, the man behind the Silver Guardians, his reflection is in here. In it I see a man who was also afraid of the shadows above him, of losing his kingdom, his people, of becoming isolated and alone. I condone not his actions, nor excuse them, but I understand why he took so to the silver, and the silver to him. I think perhaps the wizards are the same. Perhaps it is for the best. I am precisely what I am, an outsider. I hold no king nor kingdom, but my fate lies in my own hands.
Well, I mean, maybe, but in a way, the city is kind of yours and you're part of it, so maybe Polythreme stands alone as an outsider to a lot of the world. But I think we all kind of stand together in the city. Right?
Perhaps you are not so different from our creators. These archetypes, they persist. Through sentience, through every creature, all have their own outsiders, their own archetypes.
You've certainly given us plenty to consume and think about while we rest up. When we are ready to pursue further conversation or pursue the cities below, should we simply look for one of the silvers if you're planning on undoing this place as well?
Yes, there will be fewer, and my reflections will run through them. But should you speak to one and seek me directly, I will answer.
Perhaps now we should head back and get everyone patched up.
Sounds good.
Okay. You make your way out of the hall.
Oh, wait.
Ola
Silence
Wooly.
probably shrinks.
I forgot. What I meant to ask you one last thing. Do you know who this was? And do you want her buried or take her to her family, or I don't know. Feels weird just leave up out of here. Asking Groma.
I can take care of her remains.
Oh, okay. Alright.
What little was left of her personality has become a reflection in the silver.
Okay. That was
As you leave the hall and enter the structure, the greater structure of the Forge Masters underneath the city, as you wander the back way, there are multiple silvers along the path that all are seemingly changing as you pass. A few of them continue to walk with you as they lead you towards the mines. A large entrance that leads you in a circular fashion upwards and back to the city.
This is probably like the slowest walk ever.
Yep.
Probably, yeah.
I think I don't know how many of us are on like 2 levels of exhaustion. Sorry, Boonfin's speed is halved.
I think just about everybody.
As you reach the surface, the whole, wandering back probably already takes you an hour or two. But as you reach the surface, dawn draws near. Polythreme never truly sleeps, especially in the lower district. In the shade of the city, the daily cycle of light matters little. But today feels different. Just as blinding rays of morning light pass underneath the city plates, shining at a low enough angle to almost reach the center, the streets grow busy. The noise and bustle of Polythreme is overwhelming at the best of times. But recently there have been pockets of quiet, an almost deafening silence whenever the oppressors clad in silver made an appearance. Now, after Gromo's message, the noise is manifold what it was before. Like a kicked beehive, the city is abuzz with its people, swarming the streets with curiosity and interest, paranoia and even fear. People swarm around newspaper stands as you can see packs of couriers running around delivering large packs of freshly printed newspapers. They swarm around churches, taverns, and even the new forms of the Silver Guardians, who carefully push through the crowd like giants wading through an ocean.
Before really traveling too far into the city, Evan would probably make a quiet request of Rhett to like at least do like a quick prestidigitation, clean people up, so it's not like a mass of like, hey, people's blood all over them.
Yeah,
walking.
Yeah, how recognizable are we at this point? Like, I feel like we've been a lot of places.
Currently in this sort of bustle of the crowds where there's just people, you know, almost in a confused manner looking for the right source of information. People just gossiping, shouting, and currently, just due to the sheer activity, you almost go relatively unnoticed.
Nice.
Do you head directly to Quartermains?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You return to Quartermains, having to wait in a long line near the chain lifts. Even though they are large and travel quickly, currently there are masses of people traveling both up and down. But before long, you arrive at Quartermains to rest before descending back into the depths below the city, deeper and farther this time. But just as you enter into familiar space, as the door of Quartermains falls shut behind you, a knocking rings out.
I'll get it.
There.
Open the door.
As you open the door, outside the door, you see 5 people. One up front for keeping behind. All dressed in the same kind of robes. All bear a simple staff, simple robes of an ashen grey color. These are the robes of a religious order you've seen quite a lot lately, especially working in the slum cities. The Temple of Enitas. The only robes set apart from the rest are on the man up front, slightly darker in color and deliberately more ornate, though he bears the same staff. He seems older than the rest, not by much, but there's a sense of familiarity as you see him, like you've seen him before but never interacted much.
Hello?
Miss Quatservan?
Of course. Please.
Ah, apologies, but I must speak. I am Antis from the Temple of Enitas. I've seen firsthand the good you have done among the refugees amidst the people of the lower district, and I am grateful. There's been a vision, one experienced by the High Cadre of the temple, a vision of you. He seems nervous, almost sort of fidgeting with his staff. As you stood smiling upon the crumbling mountain throne, this vision has happened many times in the past. It means you have committed or are to commit a grave injustice. You have the ire of Enitas, of our god, and I pray it may be the latter, that you are still to commit this injustice and possibly could yet sway from this path. I am sorry, but we cannot help you any longer. The Temple of Enitas has will from today onwards consider you judged and found wanting.
Can you ask what that means? Because you just said she does nice things, and then
Well, I myself am unsure. It is not like we get a direct report of what someone is. This is not like a wanted poster that details exact crimes. It merely means then our God has chosen you as one to be excluded from our order.
For doing something she hasn't done yet.
I do not know truly if there is no injustice you have wrought upon the people of Vanitas or innocence, then perhaps it is something you are about to do. But it is the will of our God that you shall be unaided in your continuous path.
Why did your god not just say to your priests, tell her she shouldn't do this? And then
Right,
we
that's
could,
what I'm
like,
asking.
what? Why does it always have to be so
When
complicated?
Vanitas, judges people, it is never in such a direct way.
Oh, fucking course. Soleil
It
just
is
turns
only
around and goes to his
something
bed.
that he
I
does.
appreciate the aid that's been offered in the past. I hope that you'll be able to continue to aid any of the refugees if they come needing your assistance, regardless of my assisting with helping to organize things for them. I appreciate the warning, and we'll strive to avoid whatever supposed calamity is coming in the future that I may cause. My goal has always been to protect Polythreme and see it to whatever it can truly be at its best and at its greatest.
Of course.
I appreciate you at least informing me. Avoids awkward conversations later, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I can't say I agree, as obviously I'm not quite sure what calamity or atrocity I've committed or going to commit. But I understand your commitment to your god.
Okay, and if you have any like changes, it would be nice to know if it like does change. You said it happened a lot of times, or if
Of
there's any more
course.
clarity.
It has happened in the past, and this kind of judgment has passed and reverted. If anything of this sort happens, we would inform you immediately, of course.
Okay. Not that we really care about Anita's or his opinion, but like generally, we both like helping people, so it's kind of weird.
I understand. Oftentimes, this may be an injustice wrought in a dangerous situation or the sort where really there may be no other way out, but in the eyes of our God, an injustice is an injustice, and it will be judged as such. This is not a personal judgment of your character, from us, at least.
Yeah, no,
And
I
I
understood what you
apologize.
said.
I appreciate the apology. Obviously, you can't control what your god wills. And I appreciate all the aid and bounds of assistance we've been able to make for Polythreme in the past. It's an unfortunate turn, for sure.
Mm.
Hopefully, there'll be some more
Alrighty.
clarity later on.
Does this have to do with using a bunch of bones to make a big skeleton thing? Would that be a problem? I just thought about that. We did that though.
Well, necromancy has never been shunned by Anitas.
Okay, we'll get it. This is fine.
Made immoral. I wouldn't think.
It would be a bit odd if that was the cause, obviously, since those were simply bones that were already laying about.
You know, it does well, yeah, but it's not making sense. So like, Brett just like glanced back and seen Vint just hanging out. I was like, wait a second.
I'm sure there must certainly be a reason, as it would be folly for a god to make a ruling without cause, and would be rather unjust of a god that claims for justice. So I'm sure there must be some reason, and we will strive to avoid that.
Yeah.
I hope someone gets my heart then. Perhaps in this way you are able to avoid this injustice, and perhaps soon we may offer our help once again.
I quite look forward to it. I feel like our combined efforts were making great strides. So I'd hate to see anything harm Polythreme in such a way. But I appreciate the warning.
He takes a curd bow and his disciples turns to move.
Oh dear.
That was not the knock I expected.
Everyone will wait before the door shuts to just, like, let out, like, the slow, seething breath.
Red doesn't have anything to say about this right now.
I think it's best at this point that everyone finds some rest and heals up and patches themselves up. I'm going to send a quick runner to Vidor to at least let him know we're back.
Yeah, that was the knock I expected.
Same.
Everyone else looks like you could certainly get some rest. I'll be joining us shortly, I'm sure. She's gonna go look for some paper to write a quick memo to Vidar.
Mm-hmm. You move up into the study where you find, usually most paper, unless you want to go back all the way to your room, and as you do,
Oh gosh.
you see Vidar sitting there with Reginald.
Well, that lets me avoid sending a message.
I figured you would return soon.
Was the message from Gromo heard all the way up into the upper district?
Every individual.
Not very subtle, but I suppose effective.
It was quite the announcement. But it did answer several questions on my mind. First and foremost, of course, and you were successful in your endeavor, for which I congratulate you. Having the silvers no longer be a thorn in our side will make things a lot easier.
Yes, Gromo is apparently they're working on rewriting a bit of the silvers and changing them. In the process of that, wasn't entirely truthful, is my understanding from their statement as a whole, but they have most of their bits back, except for what's with the wizards.
The Archon.
They say that they're continuing to aid us as things stand.
If we are to retrieve the last silver, I'm sure that will be a much more difficult undertaking. But I suppose it
Not
could be a problem for another time.
I'm not entirely positive it's best to bring them back together.
How so?
There's bits and pieces of memory that are still missing from Gromo based on the bits that's with the Archon.
And you do not trust these pieces?
These pieces are supposedly, according to Gromo, the most extreme of what Gromo represents. The reflections of Gromo, the outcasts of society, your emperors that have been outcasts, the sociopaths, the psychopaths, things along those lines, wizards that have potentially gone mad, things along... It's concerning considering that all back into one place, potentially.
Well, these wizards seem to be in good company then currently. I've messaged Orvith for updates, but so far there has been nothing. Have you found a way into the city below?
Gorma has said that there's paths down into the city that will lead to the city from various tunnels. And I believe that they would be able to show us where this path started at least.
Good. Then pursue these leads. And of course, good work.
Nod. Thank you. This is why I'm glancing over to like Reginald, who I'm just curious of like, is he just like taking it in and like, oh, alright.
He seems to be at least looking towards the two of you in terms of the conversation, but you're getting very little in terms of
Sure.
what he's thinking about. And Vidal turns to leave, moving past you and exiting out the door.
Neblin will make her way to her room. I read this newspaper, man. I haven't read the newspaper yet.
It's the old one, I think, isn't it?
This is the old.
Oh yeah. Never mind then. That was
one's
new
bought a
newspaper.
one yet.
That was Alabama
No.
Sneak.
I just put it
That's
in,
right.
I was sneaking it just in there
Listen,
and like...
listen.
We don't
think
know
Alabama
that.
was trying
Yeah, I
to-
know. I know that we don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about. That is not related to Evelyn at all.
You mean you're just excommunicated from a church just after you died and the djinn fulfilled your wish?
You know, I mean,
Silas, as you return to your room within
Mhm.
Quartermains, As you approach, still only having reached sort of the top of the staircase, you hear the noise of incessant buzzing at your room's door.
Oh.
It's gonna murder you.
It's fine. I'm gonna go over there, dragging myself over there, looking terrible still. Open the door. Sucks.
It sucks the rest of your blood.
Where are you, boy?
As you turn the handle, you encounter resistance. Something is pushing against the door.
God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna use my dagger and slowly try to like cut through between the door and the wall to see if I can cut through like rope or slime or whatever, or cocoon or whatever is gonna be at the door there. Just-
You try to sort of leverage into the open crack of the door, but there's nothing really hanging there. There's just something pushing against the door.
Fine.
Try to
I'm
Mrs.
gonna.
through.
No, I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna turn to fucking. What is it like? Turn to a cloud and just try and fly through the crack.
Immediately as you start turning into a cloud, the door slams shut again with you, no longer holding against it. And you start flowing through the crack of the door underneath into the sides and the keyhole itself to enter the room where you see Suxley. Larger than
It's
before.
so big.
Beautiful.
About the size of a backpack if you were to hold it on your back now.
Mm.
Pushed flying pretty much directly against the door.
I'm gonna turn back into Silas.
Okay, as you start sort of materializing again, Suxley still buzzing against the door.
You wanna get out?
Oops.
Now, with your voice ringing out, immediately the buzzing just turns and it flies towards you.
Alright, hold out my arm to let it land.
Hold, please. It buzzes towards you, and immediately you see Suxley just hanging onto your chest
Chest, okay.
like a backpack. It is just about as heavy as well. And it appears to be trying to walk onto your arm.
But it's too heavy.
You see it almost sort of half, hanging onto your arm, and your body just sort of looking towards your hand, and you feel Suxley's proboscis just sort of going around your hand from where you'd usually feed him.
Oh boy. I'm gonna like real quick as I can at least towards the door and open it.
Mm-hmm. You turn and open the door.
Red!
Probably you went up first. I'm probably gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have some healing left in you?
Well, hello.
Because Suxley is
Just a
pretty
backpack
seems to
sized
be pretty
insect
hungry.
in front of Soleil. Silence.
I don't think if I don't know if I can do this.
Oh. You are a committed pet owner, my friend.
Of course I am.
Mm-hmm.
It's like being a father.
Sure. That's 14 points of paper.
14? Okay, that's a thank you.
Yeah, my father left you, remember? So.
Oof.
Fuck you, should. Christ, oh my god.
That's perfect.
And I guess I feed. Let's see how much this one sucks out of me.
Can you roll me a 1d10?
Mm-hmm. Sure. Do I have 1d10s over here? Yes, I do.
How many hit points did you have before?
19. I rolled a 6.
You take 6 points of damage.
You could have survived.
It's gonna be fine. I'm gonna lay down in my bed because I'm feeling quite dizzy right now. There was a lot of blood lost today.
I'm just gonna leave this door open. Well. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it open. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. A little bit fresh air doesn't hurt, right?
And you get a new item card.
Ooh.
It's not even adult
Oh
yet.
no, it's
Oh, God.
teenager.
Oh my god.
He's
There's so
gonna
much
go
more
through
to
his
come.
Rebellious phase.
Oh no.
Hey, let me just see what changed.
It's less charges.
Less charges. Yeah. Okay, it's still the same feeding. Yeah, better to hit, more damage. Yeah, more damage. Higher, yeah. Oh, the contagion spell. I remember that one.
It's you.
being
It's
decent.
you. You're the cause of this disease
might be.
spreading.
Who knows?
It's because I let you take this bug out of the Underdark. That's why the god says I'm
Tuh.
I'm the problem.
Let me see what that one. Oh, it's a 5th level necromancer spell. Not too bad. Yeah. Oh, so I can choose one? Does it still choose, or is that then random because it's caused by an animal?
Just roll a
What do you mean?
d6. to
Oh,
determine
it's
the
rolled.
contagious
Okay, it's
disease.
rolled. Okay, yeah.
Good thing it didn't use any of its charges on you. Use its parasitic mucus. Oh no, you can't get healed.
Oh, pretty neat, to be honest. Pretty neat. Alright. I guess I give you back the juvenile one, Becca, because I don't need it anymore.
You also have your fledgling.
Oh yeah. Still have both of these.
Keeping all these insects for yourself.
Look, when I found this cocoon, I didn't think about all of this, but I embrace it and I love it. Okay.
I feel like after all of that, I just walks by the room and it's like, what? And keeps walking. It's like, no, I'm not dealing with your pet issues.
No, not today.
Why is this one floating? Oh. I have this floating dissonant whisperers. Oh, it's not floating anymore. No, it's still floating. Why is it doing that? This one here.
It's not floating for me.
Okay. There you go.
That's when you move it.
It's for me it's mid-air. No, both are mid-air.
Shouldn't have touched the other one. Yeah, I guess they just float now.
Okay, I guess. I don't know what happened.
Me neither.
I think they're the height of the table.
They floated on the table too.
Hmm.
I applied use gravity, but it didn't really change.
If you touch them, they all float.
Why do they float?
No, it's floating higher than before. It's not very important, but it's funny.
Okay.
Guess I'm gonna be a living blood bag now. It's fine. That's what you do for children, right? Like children are basically just bloodsuckers anyway, right?
For your own rest.
Yeah.
Yeah. How well do I rest while being sucked out of blood?
Well, after you take that damage as you slide down, it just sort of sucks the, draw some of your blood. Probably, doesn't really help your lightheadedness, but you fall asleep relatively quickly.
And hopefully awake again sometime.
And you do awaken in the morning, so,
That's good. It's very good. We left the door open so Red could check now and then.
You awaken in the morning. Do you get ready to go into the city below, or do you first tend to your other projects that you still have left over?
I'm probably going to want to see if she can't get a hold of a newspaper just to see what they're saying after the Silvers.
You'd find one where you usually find one on the table.
I knew it.
On the breakfast table.
Holy shit.
Wonderful.
Oh baby.
Oh dear.
Oh boy.
More falling sick every day. Oh, man.
Good thing there's an ad for toothbrushes and toilet articles
Yeah.
involved
That's
there
what I was
too.
thinking.
Yeah, man, there
That's-
wasn't an ad in the last one. They gotta pay the bill somehow.
Yeah.
You know, that's well placed, is what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, it's perfect, I guess. Prepared with pure drugs. Uh-huh. Good thing Silas doesn't really get all these connections right now.
I mean, yeah, I assume we kind of like link up eventually for breakfast, and I'll read this.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people. Wow.
As usual, Aelith would be preparing breakfast, and you're not quite sure if it's due to recent events, namely you freeing him from prison, but it almost seems like breakfast is more abundant than usual. And as Aelith walks in and out of the kitchen, you also hear voices occasionally from the kitchen.
Oh, I'm still feeling terrible, right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm not feeling great either.
Like, do we as characters have like a rough estimate of how many people live in Polythreme?
In Polythreme,
In and around, basically. Yeah.
it is called the City of Millions, so you know it's millions. Let me quickly
Yeah, but is it like 2 millions or
like,
20 millions?
Well, check what this be. I feel like it be history.
Whatever, no.
You could also give me history.
Okay.
15.
14 for me.
It's only a 14 for me.
Okay. You have keymind though, right?
Yes.
So, Red and Soleil, you probably would have this rough estimate that it's about 10-ish million. Evelyn, the last number you would have read, which there was probably a sort of census page on the back of one of the Polythreme couriers at some point. At least about a year ago, when the influx of refugees was at its strongest, it was around 12 million. With the refugees coming in, the number is likely a little higher at this point, but you'd estimate it's probably around 13, 14 at most.
Alright, this is not something Soleil will say, that's just something I will say, and this probably, maybe even just coincidence. But hear me out. When you cut the deal, around 1,200 died. Now 12,000 died. There are around 12 million people in this city. Is it like 1%, 10%, 100%, or 0.1% died, or lower, and then it's just turning up like every time? You know, the point of the comma is just moving up, like one thing. could be just really, really
Well,
like
okay, so the next
coincidentally.
theoretically would be 120,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, trying to say here. And then the next one is basically wiping out the city.
I mean,
No, the
not
next one's
quite.
only
No, no,
1
no, no,
million
no.
after
Yeah, the
that,
next
and
one's only
then-
1 million.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's not wiping out the city. Yeah, it's just 3 more times you have to die. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just throwing it out there to see if something like this happens next time. Yeah.
Listen, there's no reason to speculate that this is all connected.
Yeah, I know, but it's fun.
Anyway, I'm gonna start speculating at the table.
Mhm.
Was that us? I mean, that's the big thing that happened yesterday. So it's taken out, but like,
It's possible it's somehow connected to something that the Silvers were doing under the old.
yeah, we have to. I mean, I was gonna ask Roman already about that.
Salis was too lazy to read. Why? What happened? What have we done again?
12,000 people died last night.
What? What?
Yeah. Like, the same time that we took out the god, it sounds like overnight.
This sleeping disease that has sort of been around since the last incident that happened.
Oh yeah,
in
that one.
Polythreme. So
Yeah, but it's not really a disease, though, right? Like, we can't.
it's more of like a
freaking-
plague, sort of something. They can't find
Could
a cause
could it be
for
like a
it.
curse or something?
And it's not showing as a curse. They
Hmm.
would have been checking for that, I
Right.
assume. They can't find any way that it's being detected by magic or anything along those lines.
It's just like. This is I don't know, it's just strange. Like, okay. It's just weird that, like, the first one we had was after we fought that genie. Which we were really far away, so that doesn't really make sense.
And we're not really sure what was happening in Polythreme at that time.
Right. But, like, this is the next big fight that we had. Like, it's just a really weird coincidence. If it is, you know. I don't...
It is. It seems really. Yeah. Weird.
Well, I mean, I was figured we could try to get a hold of Gromos tomorrow. Maybe they'll know something about it.
Also, is Reginald
We
in the
did- we
kitchen?
did-
I've heard some voices over there.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't your friend hanging out indoor still? You could probably head back down. Or our friend. Holy moly. I didn't even want to sleep.
I don't feel like standing up again already. I'm still feeling shitty.
Yeah, I mean, same.
I'm just waiting. If there's someone else, they will probably come in here and say hello.
I think I'll head out to the refugee towns today. Check on things there.
Has anyone seen Huxley this morning?
Oh.
Yeah, he
No.
would have probably.
Oh, yes,
come down.
he's
Yes.
yeah,
It's
he-
right over
he's
there.
right there.
Oh!
Literally just sitting right there with you.
Wow!
Did you get sleep last night, Red?
Yeah, yeah. Huxley, you like almost died. What happened?
It was fine. I
No,
was
like-
fine.
No, you were laying on the ground. You looked like dead.
I would have woken up in like 2 minutes.
Inside check. I don't know if I actually need to inside that.
I mean, you can roll your insight check, and
14.
Huxley, you may roll as well. You do not need to say whether or not you're rolling
I mean,
persuasion or
Huxley believes
perception.
it.
Then it would be persuasion.
What is
Well, actually, that is a 12.
Oh, it's minus
Oh my
3.
god! What?
it? Oh, that's amazing.
Great.
Huxley's charisma is a 4.
You can tell that Huxley seems to believe it,
Yeah, I don't still believe it though.
but you kind of get the feeling that this is like, it kind of feels like a boast that you don't necessarily feel convinced by.
I'm just like, okay, hang on. Are you an actual like person? I was thinking you were like a sentient freaking like
What?
Well, I mean like
I don't know. I thought that he looks at his like hands like I thought I was a person. What's a person?
well I mean that's what I'm trying to figure. I didn't think you could like die.
Well, I can't.
Well, that's what I thought. Because that's what you said. And I believed you. But now I don't know if I believe you. I'm so confused.
I mean, you did look pretty terrible over there, Hux.
Yeah.
I was worried for a moment.
I mean, like, not that you're not, like, a sentient a being, but, like, people die in a sense. Well. And you can turn into things, which, you know.
Yeah. You can turn into things too.
Yeah, but I know how I'm doing that. Yeah, it just happens, though. And you can still think when you're, like, a thing. Whereas I'm just like, monkey brain. Well, maybe that's a better
Yeah,
impression.
that was pretty weird.
It's not weird, that's how the spell works.
Yeah, but it's weird when you can't think.
I mean, yeah.
I'm kind of feeling like that right now.
Anyway, okay, well... If you feel like you're gonna die, make sure to tell me, because apparently that can happen.
It was fine. I woke up.
Yeah, after I healed you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I sort of feel bad now. Like, should we be paying you a reasonable wage? You know, we've been kind of ripping you off on the gold thing.
What?
Yeah, never mind. Just, if you need anything, just let us know, okay?
I mean, Hux is running around with a 60,000 gold piece cloak or something. I don't think we ripped them off so hard.
Yeah. But, like, I kind of feel bad sometimes when we, like, pay Hux with, like, 5 silver for taking us through the underground. As a reasonable, you know.
Well, back
You know,
then, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Huxley, you
Yeah.
should get paid at least 2 gold a day for any kind
You
of
should
job.
pay me 5 golds because I can totally die every 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sure, I'll give you that right now. That's fine. But you're probably worth like 5 gold a day. Just for anybody, like,
Yeah.
Okay.
That will totally prevent me from dying.
No. Well, I don't even know if that's true. I'm so confused. It's fine. I'm not going to think of you as a cursed object any longer, though.
Okay.
Unless you want me to. I don't.
Maybe I am a cursed object.
That's what you. Well, that's what I said, and then you said, "Yeah," the first time we met, which is. Never mind. I'm too tired for this today.
I don't even know why you're still trying to understand, Hux.
I wasn't.
embrace
but,
them.
like. That's what I did. I was like, "You're an immortal, freaking awesome being," and then it almost like died, and now I'm like,
Hux is an awesome being.
yeah, but not an immortal apparently. Unless.
Happen right now.
Mm.
I mean, if we really believed Hugs were immortal, we would just send Hugs into every room where we expect enemies to be and just wait until it's over, right? Because no one can kill Hugs. But apparently...
That's kind of what we were doing. I mean, that's kind of what I was doing. And now I kind of feel bad.
I think Hugs has fun.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if that ever changes, you know, just let us know. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Lith, more of those eggs, please. They are delicious.
See Aelith come back to the door carrying a large tray of more food.
Thank you, you're a lifesaver.
Right. Will you spend the day here then?
I'll be heading down to the lower district to check on some of the towns outside.
Yeah, a lot
but-
happened.
Oh,
Read the paper. Wild.
Right.
Think that silver stuff's got anything to do with the
Timing is unique, so little concerning as there was a shift of
yeah, I mean
power
you know,
happening.
the riot and then this happens. Yeah. Anyway, best not worry too much about it.
Yeah, I agree with Layla. We don't have to worry about it. I'm just gonna assume you're immortal still. That was working fine. We're gonna do that. Do we want to head out anywhere? Anybody else?
I don't feel really well. I'm not sure if I could be of any help outside.
That's kind of how I'm feeling.
I'll probably be back early enough, relatively early, and just out enough to check on things and then be back.
Ah.
I want to see what this supposed rumor of religious religion kind of in the camps, at least hear what they're saying before I come back. So it should be a quick in and out visit.
Sounds good. I don't feel like I'm reading people super well today, so maybe tomorrow.
Oh, that's fair.
FYI, I should have wrote that inside at disadvantage, in which case I would shoot her. Because exhaustion is a thing.
Oh yeah. True.
Oh yeah, Hux, by the way. We have like a new Soxley kind of. I have to show. After breakfast, let's go upstairs. I will show you the new Soxley.
Oh, you guys know what we should do? There's this great place right down the street, like deep tissue massage. That's what we need to do today.
Red, I always knew you were a smart man.
Yeah.
That sounds
That's the-
perfect for today.
Okay,
That's our
as
plan for today,
everyone
Beggar.
heads down to the lower district. The rest of you spend the day sort of relaxing and trying to recover.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, just as you probably leave the room, you see Endor just sort of in the sort of just at the end of a wave towards the kitchen exit out as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of you, they getting massages. Can you give me a con check for the spa day?
Con check.
Like an ability check or a
Constitution check.
7.
10.
30, 20.
Okay. Huxley, you recover 2 levels of exhaustion. And the rest of you recover 1 level of exhaustion.
Hmm. Pretty decent.
From having a relaxing day out.
Nice. Should I charge myself like 10 gold or something? Or?
Yeah.
That's good.
Evelyn, as you head to the lower district to find out a little more about this religion that's been popping up, you find that the largest number of bred and followers of this new religion seem to be found within the outer slum cities.
Mm-hmm. She'll try
Do
and at least
you-
get an
Sort of listen to rumors and stuff about them, or do you approach them directly?
She'd probably initially try and catch a few rumors, touching base with a few of her contacts, and then try and approach them directly to see what they're saying.
As you would arrive in the lower district and just, or the slum cities, and just sort of ask people about rumors about this religion, you would already learn that they do consider you a holy saint in this religion, the tired saint, and connect the sleeping sickness in that regard to you directly. As one who is always tired, sort of wandering in between this transcendence and wakeness, to usher them into this sleeping transcendence. The religion itself seems to be currently still extremely vague, almost like a belief that has spread amongst these people. More so as a feeling. There's no really, any holy text yet or a prophet claiming that this is the truth. It's almost more just a group that's found themselves together to explain this phenomena in that
Or-
sense. And
or-
with the recent experiences that they've had, especially the suffering they've gone through and then being uplifted out of essentially poverty into, well, still poverty, but less squalor, in the same amount of time where the sleeping sickness has sort of taken root, is how they are currently connecting the two. If you were to then approach them directly, much in a similar vein, they'd almost be immediately reverent towards you. And you get the feeling that, in the sense that they have only a vague understanding of what they believe, they're almost looking to you for the answers. As much as
Evelyn?
you're sort of
Yeah,
asking
yeah.
them
Is-
about things,
is- She's more being somewhat is like, so what has this taught you? Like, kind of like the roundabout, like, she's not necessarily directly trying to defute them at this point in time. She's mostly trying to see what has been quote unquote revealed to them.
Yeah, you can definitely, you get this feeling much like any sort of I don't want to call it a conspiracy theory. It's
Sure,
not
sure, sure,
as,
sure,
like,
sure.
fervorous yet. It's
Mhm.
more. It's in the early stages of development, very early on, where
Sure.
they've gathered under this belief and this feeling, and in and of itself, they're still sort of thinking of the theories, so to say.
This is so stupid. She's both annoyed and like vaguely fascinated with this leap in logic by people. And based off of her own kind of considerings of things and thinking things through, she's going to lightly suggest that they might see another grouping this evening of sleepers falling asleep.
Okay.
What?
And then she'll make her way back to quarter meetings.
Uh-huh. As sort of, the end of the day draws near, you all sort of end up back at Watermains, I assume. And what are you guys doing? What are your plans?
This was the best day ever since I joined Even 4, not gonna lie.
I feel so much better. Dude, I swear I fell asleep on that table for like an hour.
Right, and it just didn't feel wrong. It was good.
Yeah. Do you enjoy the massage, Huxley? Nice.
Feel mush.
You feel mushy? Oh, nice. Okay. Great.
Nick wiggles around.
Seems like you all enjoyed yourself.
Yeah. Anything productive in the lower city?
Nothing really much. The rumors are really just people trying to put things together, make sense of things. So it's hardly much of any sort of religion at this point. Just people theorizing things, looking for answers where they can't necessarily find some. Make sense of things that are happening in the world.
Yeah. Do we want to maybe, speaking of which, get a hold of Gromwell? And there were a couple more things that popped into my mind. Since it's working better.
Tomorrow or tonight or?
That doesn't matter to me, particularly. We can do tomorrow if you want.
Yeah, tomorrow will work better, I think.
Sure.
I feel like I need one more night's rest to really be in my right sorts.
Yeah, same here. Guess tomorrow I can be of help again.
I guess we're good for the day.
Yeah, Evelyn will kind of like linger and chat for a while with people, but then head up to bed as everyone else does.
Oh, can I put a little note in the mail to the guard that says, thank you, and we honor your sacrifices. Thank the guard for showing up when they did.
Yeah, sure.
briefly do that.
I will show Ablin Suxley too.
Oh yeah.
I saw him last night. He's certainly
Oh, you
grown
did?
in size. He was drinking your blood as your room door had been left open.
Oh yeah, great. I wasn't sure because I was kind of dizzy. I didn't really see anyone passing by and whatnot. I was not feeling great, but yeah, he's grown.
Yes. It's you know,
It's
I suppose a
fascinating.
good thing that you've got him. It's an interesting study in a creature that we probably haven't had a chance to study this up close and personal.
Yeah, and they grow so quickly, you know. I wonder how tall he's gonna get at some point.
It could be stages of life still, so some creatures go through various stages, larva, some sort of juvenile, or go from a bug into creating a cocoon and then have wings like a moth sort of thing.
Oh,
Others
so it's
just
never
kind
stop,
of
never
continue
stop
to
really, right?
grow.
Yeah.
Right. So it could be as long as he's given all the resources, and then he could just continue to grow in size bit by bit, just have to molt of some sort, because it seems like he's got a relatively solid exoskeleton, so probably have to go through a molting every time he was going to grow. Best guess though, but interesting to find out.
Well, he's definitely getting heavier to carry around. That's something I can say for sure.
Maybe you could get some sort of create some sort of mount or sort of strap to kind of have him rest on, like a backpack kind of situation for you.
Oh, sounds like a good idea.
So if he's just resting, at least you're not having to worry about. Be more like carrying a backpack around the whole time versus having to worry about if he's gonna fall off or if how you're putting your weight or things like that. So I could probably work on something like that for you if you want.
Or you could have him ride Winona while you ride the Nightmare. I mean, you got a lot of mounts, is what I'm saying.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I do have some options. Winona is the best one, I guess, for now. I mean, of course, Hux is always the best one, but like Winona is the best one outside of Hux using Transform. Because the Nightmare is like, can only do that once every 5 days, so that's not too often, and the teeth I throw around are only for like a couple minutes. They don't hold for too long.
Well, I mean, they can be a mule for a long time, but mules aren't like the best.
Yeah, and it's still random, right? I can't choose for it to be a mule. It would just has to happen to be a mule. But yeah, there are options.
Yeah, I mean,
What if we bought like some magical sphere where I could like get him into and can release him whenever I wanted to, and we just call them Pokeballs.
that's ridiculous. Come on.
Would be fun though. And we can catch even more creatures. Can catch them all.
We can-
That sounds like a different lifetime.
Maybe.
Maybe that's what the garden is like. We should ask Carol when we find out.
Oh, yeah, maybe it is like that up there.
He described it as more that they were sort of making up things, like they made up the world, but they really didn't have any sort of identity or self at that point in time anymore. It was just they weren't existing. They just were and weren't existing at the same time. Didn't really sound like a fun place in my opinion, but based off of her description at least.
Yeah. Always sounded a little bit creepy when she told us about that place.
Yeah.
We could potentially look into some semblance of what you've created several magical items at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, does Suxley have a tooth?
Teeth? Teethin?
Not really, no. Right, Becca? It's not really having teeth, right? It's more like...
Proboscis.
Yeah. When I look at the picture here, it's not really... I mean, it hasn't an open mouth, but I doubt that it has actual teeth.
No, it's got a proboscis.
I mean, I can think about it, but... Why? I have to finish
Maybe
up the canon
some,
anyway.
of course, so it's just more potentially in the future some way
Yeah.
of...
What if next time, when we summon the
continue?
nightmare, we can pull out one of its teeth?
Good idea.
Yeah.
When you... it really depends on how willing it is, and in what situation you probably have it out at.
If I pull out one, I don't
We have to make it quick because if it feels like threatened, it can always like change the freaking plane of existence.
Yeah.
So
Probably would be difficult then.
For another time. Maybe.
I'm sure that you can pull it off. You've gotten
yeah,
quite adequate at creating various objects.
we can like use a lure or something. Like what do nightmares like to eat? Maybe we can like put a carrot in front of its face and then it opens its mouth and then you can come like BAM and tooth out. It's like an
Yeah.
impeccable plan, right?
I don't really...
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure. I don't believe they're necessarily of the vegetarian type.
Well, my question is, would the tooth disappear when it disappears?
It probably would.
Yeah.
It wouldn't necessarily linger.
Hang on. Huxley, have you ever had a tooth knocked out?
Probably.
When that happens, does it like change when you change, or is it still the tooth that like got knocked out?
It does not change with you.
Okay. It changed with me.
Interesting.
Becca right now is probably thinking something like, why am I even here? What is this?
No, that's not what I was thinking. Don't worry about it.
We have important things to think about though.
Yeah. How to pull out the tooth of a freaking nightmare. It's very important.
I was more thinking about people, dying in their sleep, but
That is yes.
we're gonna find that out tomorrow. Yes.
Right. Good night, everyone, then.
Good night.
Fucking say it like that.
Hux, it's feeding time. Sucks. It's feeding time.
Oh no.
Okay, as you feed Saxley Romeo 1d2. Control storage tank.
8.
You take 8 points of damage.
Thirsty boy today!
Go ahead, Evelyn.
Yeah, so Evelyn's going to lock the door to her room and go and kind of go over to her desk and kind of go through some of her pockets of things and take out several various poisons that she's gotten. And she's going to create she's going to attempt to create a poison that should be relatively effective and quick. And once she does that, she's gonna just take a moment and eye it and let out a slow breath. It's absolutely just a coincidence. We're just removing the equation so we can focus again. Right. And then she's going to down the poison.
Oh man.
Okay.
Was there any screaming?
I would say you could probably make the equivalent of the midnight years, and I'm assuming you're, downing like a whole bottle.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you would. I guess I don't know if you can willingly fail on save. That's not like magic. Unless you purposefully weaken yourself to it.
Yeah, theoretically. What could I do? Oh, yeah. Because that would be like, that's a con save, right?
You theoretically could maybe find a way to get yourself to 3 levels of exhaustion.
Well, at that point, I mean, like, she'd probably, if it's not working, her next would be to.
Okay.
As
just roll me
yeah.
a 3 death saves, please.
Sure.
Not death saves. 3 con saves. DC
Yeah.
17.
Let's see. That's the first one's a success. The third one is second one's a fail. Shoot, I have too much. 2 successes, 1 fail.
All right.
Did the poison not work? Oh my gosh.
What's your maximum HP right now?
117.
Well, you are unconscious,
Okay.
but you haven't died yet. So, death save. Go ahead and roll me 3 death saves.
Fail.
Success.
Oh!
That
Oh,
one.
that
Oh.
fails right
Thank
there.
goodness.
And Evelyn successfully commits suicide.
Oh my god.
Congratulations.
I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
To actually just kill yourself on purpose.
Technically, she's done this multiple times, knowing like every time she had to go to sleep when she was going to explode, she knew she was going to die.
Well, yeah, but that's not you. You're not taking action. Okay, well. As you slowly fall asleep, you can feel the poison taking effect. And you awaken in the morning. Very early morning, in fact. It's so early that it's still dark out. Suddenly, you shoot up. You are completely awake, fully rested. You look around and you probably see not an insignificant amount of blood on your pillow and your sheet.
She's going to go ahead and cast Prestidigitate and clean that up. And she'll spend the rest of the morning sitting quietly until
Yeah, I mean,
It-
you can sort of tell it's just past midnight, essentially.
yeah,
So it'll probably take about
yeah.
6 or 8 hours before anyone starts really waking up.
And she's just gonna kind of sit with Kieran for a long while. If she dozes off, for sure. But mostly she's just, at this point in time, she's just anxiously awaiting.
Can you roll me a perception, please?
Sure. That's 18.
As you sit there in the early morning hours, about an hour or so later, the noise outside is picking up. You see a lot of lights moving around.
She'll go ahead and head out of bed to go see what's going on outside. She'll make her way out of the house.
You just sort of go to the window, or do you actually walk up?
No, she's gonna go ahead and head out of the house and see what
Mhm.
the disturbance is.
As you step outside, you see a pretty large number of people running back and forth. A lot of them sort of wearing torches, as it is, middle of the night. It is very dark. The light of the city's own lanterns is not exactly enough to completely light up the streets, but you can tell that there is a large number of people. There are people going around knocking at doors, and generally there seems to be panic and fear written in people's faces.
She's going to try and move out and make her way towards one of these people that are running around and try and quickly grab their attention. Hey, what's going on? Is everything all right?
You, as the head of this woman that you sort of tugged on the side of her sleeve,
Mm-hmm.
swivels around. You see just fear in her eyes. You didn't hear the sleeping plague? It's everywhere. It's my children. They're. And without saying another word, she just sort of keeps moving. You can choose to either keep holding on or
No, she'll let her
she
go.
just sort of moves free of your grasp in her pocket. She keeps walking. Probably looking for a cleric or some sort. Even though you know. Or perhaps she even knows then there's no point.
Ellen will kind of just stay out in the road for a while watching people.
After another hour or so, the panic slowly begins to settle. People are sort of returning to the houses. In fact, there are quite a few people who are closing themselves in sort of entirely. You see a lot of the window shutters just close, doors locked. There's a few of the guard around now, just sort of directing people and answering general questions and such. From what you hear from people, the situation in the lower district is a lot worse, with people just sort of in general panic. Just since, the density of people is a lot higher. And, it's slowly getting morning. The situation is settling. There is not even a newspaper getting printed. At this point, it's mostly a single page, a almost objective report without much of the usual editorial comments that over 100,000
It actually is like this.
what the died in their sleeves, and about 1 million people have fallen asleep.
Oh no.
When Evelyn eventually gets that, she'll just take it inside with her and kind of sit down in the sitting room, kind of quietly to herself, not really saying anything at this point in time, while people are probably in the house still sleeping, just considering things.
Do any of us need to roll?
She's
Roll for what?
absolutely not checking on any of you guys.
That's 110,000 people. I don't know. It's like a
Yeah.
100% chance that it's one of us.
I'm waiting all the time that one of us just doesn't
You know
wake
what?
up
Go ahead
anymore.
and roll me a 1d20.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, roll me a 1d120.
That's what I was
Even
thinking.
easier.
Yeah.
Way more accurate. There you go.
Yeah.
Did you not roll so low?
Go ahead and make the next roll.
If you killed Red, this is amazing.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Nice.
You
Nice.
were-
Nice. Okay, go ahead and roll me the next roll.
I had great dreams.
So close to the 2.
Well, there you go. You all awaken the next morning.
Ellen absolutely refused to go and check on any of you. She's just waiting to see who comes downstairs.
It's still moving. Okay. Okay,
No.
there.
Obviously, it's way early.
No,
but
I
that's,
saw that. Yeah. Oh my god.
Wait, can I make one more roll for a certain family member?
Oh boy!
Well, Evelyn's
I need to
also
know.
has been wondering about this as well. So fine.
Do I have to roll for Suxley? That's the question.
I think we're good.
You're good.
I can see the one here. Not far.
I wanna roll for someone.
Reginald, Aelith.
Okay. Oh, you're rolling for it.
Just for fun.
Okay, just for fun. Let's see.
Who kills someone? Oh, it's me.
Was it? Yeah, well, yeah, you killed yourself for sure.
Yeah, you got it, unfortunately. I mean, unfortunately, of course.
No, I just mean I killed 100,000 some people.
Mhm. Yes, you.
Plus the 10,000 plus the 1,000.
I don't
So
know if it's less. Maybe later.
It might be.
It settles quicker, yeah.
Yeah.
It dies in the future. Okay, anyway,
We all come down for breakfast.
yeah, he probably slowed
Man, good morning. I slept so good last night.
Evelyn's just listening to the footsteps of each person that comes down to try and distinguish who came down at what, like who's coming down the stairs.
Let's come down, go to the kitchen.
Probably don't hear Silas at all because he wears his
I
boots.
know.
As Alis looks at you and you're almost confused as you don't look, you know, there's no bags in your eyes, you don't look in bad shape, you just continues to walk into the kitchen.
I just wear Suxley as a backpack now below my cloak.
It almost looks like you've got a turtle shell in your bag.
Nice.
She'll go and eventually check the dining room to make sure who's actually in there.
Morning, Ablin.
Slowly lets out a breath. All accounted for, at least here. At this exact moment.
I'm actually gonna keep rolling for a little bit.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You keep rolling. Has Reginald been down?
Probably none.
Okay. Just kind of.
If you keep going, once you see sort of.
Once she sees the three of them,
you
she's gonna
saying-
go. No, she's gonna go upstairs and look for Reginald. She's gotten like over some of her nerves, so she'll leave and kind of head upstairs. And knock on his door.
Oh, yes, hello?
Sorry, wrong room.
Oh, it's no problem.
But this
Unusual for someone to knock on the door. Startled me a little bit.
my apologies. It's just a bit turned about.
Oh, of course, of course.
And she's gonna go glance to see if what's her face?
Itheliana.
Liliana is in the library still. But kind of like make it like I'm just getting a book and leaving if she sees her.
Going to know.
Uh-huh.
This is how the dice roll. 45, 54. But do you see it? It's right there. It's right there.
I see
Yeah,
it.
it was very
Go
close.
away.
Close.
Go away.
So close. Yeah, you see Theliana sitting there in one of the Just-
Sure.
comfy chairs with
Yeah.
a book in her hands. As the door opens, you see her sort of lean forward and turn to get a glimpse of who's there.
Then I'll kind of nod at her, grab a entirely random book off of the shelf, and then turn and leave.
Mm-hmm.
And she just kind of stands in the hallway for a good solid second. Of like, okay, one thing has been like, this is like one step that we've gotten through.
That was weird. She just came in and we said hi and then she left.
Yeah, that was weird. Maybe she's not hungry.
Huh. Do you think it was us talking about tea?
Yeah, she didn't seem to be the biggest fan of pulling out the teeth.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough, but
I mean, I don't like hurting animals too, but I mean, it would be like for a good cause if we could like use the teeth to summon more nightmares and whatnot.
I, for one, am excited to go out and about today. Feel like I'm well recovered.
Yeah, feeling great again.
Make our way back into the dining room. Right. I need to go out and do some errands. But
You hear this rapping on the door.
and she's moving to place as she's moving to place the paper on the table.
Immediately, the door flies open, and you see Aelithus just with a face of utter shock. And he holds like the single page,
The same page that she's about to set down on the table.
crumbled, sort of half crumbled in his hand.
What is it?
What's going on?
He seems speechless, and you see him walk around and just slam it on the table and shove it.
Everyone
over.
will slide her page over to onto the table as well.
He takes a seat and just sort of sits there.
It's just a really brief report, this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, a brief report and of what happened in the night. No real comments, nothing really outside of that.
It's kind of relieving. At least that means we're not at fault for this, right? We didn't have like a fight
Yeah,
this time.
but
I'm gonna go up to the upper district and check on things there.
yeah, I need to. Yes.
So, Red, could
yeah, let's go.
could you like help me get like in contact with Antokark, maybe to see if it's going on there
Oh,
too, to make
right.
sure like if it's
Um,
just Polythreme or over there too, or if it's like a worldwide thing, or
I can't.
Just the
Oh,
worldwide.
well, I can't. I never learned sending. Okay.
no.
Let me. I'll send a message to. Oh crap! I hope Brielle's alive. It's
Oh boy.
Find out.
time to find. Oh
Uh,
my god! But we need to go to the upper district.
should I roll 4 times for my friends in the mines?
No kidding.
Oh, yeah, I want to take notes. Let me just roll for
Becker is so gleeful right now. You can hear it in his voice.
Uh,
hitting a 1 on a 1d120 is actually surprisingly. I mean, it's not surprisingly hard, but it's only happened once so far.
yeah, it's below 1%, you know.
What? Way back up to that statement?
Oh, that was real close though. Okay. So, how
I-
does your morning look?
Are you gonna stay here, Soleil? We're going. Or Silas.
I
we're
guess
going-
I will make sure if my friend. I mean, if everyone checks on people, I guess I will make sure that my friends are okay too.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to meet here back by lunchtime? Maybe.
Can also check on the venerable swordsman and whatnot to make sure everyone we know is like alright.
Okay.
Sounds like a good plan.
We'll add a link up there in a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. You're with me, Hux?
Sure.
Alright. Should be able to move way more freely now that the silvers are more docile.
Let's head to the upper district then. When we're going to head out and head to the upper district.
This is probably, not your favorite, because, Red just talks to his nervous, so he's just like, I don't know what could happen.
Yeah.
And,
She's
I'm glad
desperately
it wasn't
attempting to
us,
tune him out. But yeah.
I'm glad all of
you
us
make
are
your
okay, and oh,
way
man.
to the upper district. There is sort of almost business as usual on the streets. There are people walking back and forth, a lot of them, but they seem more in a hurry than usual. As you walk past the houses and streets of Polythreme, you notice to Red what everyone started noticing yesterday. A lot of houses are completely shuttered. People are sort of isolating from one another. Even on the street, you see people just sort of avoiding each other in larger circles whenever they have the chance. And there are some houses that are boarded up, even. These houses you can see people avoiding in larger circles, likely containing some who have fallen in the comatose plague. You make your way to the upper district, and much like in the other districts, in the upper district you see people sort of worried, afraid, hurrying around. But with the streets much larger, you see a lot less of what you saw down below. You still see some of the sort of houses with, a large yard and a large gate out front closing up. There are more guards standing in front of these gates than usual. There are some houses that, for example, don't have a yard, that are completely sort of shuttered, but at the very least, you don't see any houses that are boarded up. You don't see people generally avoiding each other, just sort of hurrying places. Where is it you head first?
Probably Evelyn's gonna head to her house first.
Yes.
Okay.
Or to her parents' house first.
You arrive at the Quad Silver estate, and already you see some of the servants sort of running around outside and inside. It looks like a lot of them are carrying bags and packages. As soon as you arrive near the gates, a couple of them turn around and you see their faces change, and immediately they run inside.
Evelyn's going to quicken her step to head in after them.
Mm-hmm.
You walk up to the gate, now open, and walk all the way up to the house, and already you see through the open door servants sort of ushering you in, and you see your mother almost in a mirror of the first time a couple of weeks back when you arrived, standing up on the second story, just looking down. You see her just sort of fanning herself a little bit more than usual. Good, you're both alright. Wow, what a
Is everyone here?
chaos outside. Of course not, no. A few of them left again, but they're alright. We've already gotten word back. You were the last one. I'd already sent out some runners, but it looks like you had the level-headedness of coming here immediately.
Evelyn kind of lets out like a slow breath of relief. And Rhett's mother.
Yeah, currently getting supplies. We're getting a lot of supplies. I think for the next few days, perhaps you should do the same. In fact, make sure your pantry is properly stocked. The next 2 days there may be happiness, panic, chaos. You know how the
Right.
lower districts tend to react. It's terrible, terrible.
Well, I'm glad we're obviously all good. Any
can't stay.
word of anyone in particular that you've heard of on the upper district?
Oh, I've heard that there were some, none that we are any close with. Some families, some sons. No family as a whole in particular, which is... I mean, they said it wasn't contagious, and I believe them, but you never know.
Right.
Probably best to, stay away from large congregations of people. I know you've been very active down in the lower district and outside, but
I'll be more cautious.
yes, I think it would be prudent. Times like these. When did I send someone already to fetch? You hear just sort of snapping your fingers, and one of the servants who rushes by with like a list that she starts writing things on.
Brett, if you want to go check on your mother
Yeah.
so you can calm her, I might go stop at our associates'
Okay, I'll meet you
house.
there in
And...
a couple.
Mother, I was just stopping in to make sure everyone was alright. I'm going to go see to my pantry being filled.
Of course, of course. And hurry, there's a lot of people filling their pantries, I mean.
Right. And everyone's going to turn and head out. Kind of take a moment standing outside the door, letting out a slow breath. And then she's going to make her way to Vidar's house.
I'll probably only be like 5 minutes behind. I mean, like after a couple 3 months.
Yeah. You probably ask around with the servants where your mother currently is, and you'd find her currently in the storeroom, just sort of stocking shelves with numerous other servants. The storeroom already looks to be burstingly full, and they're just sort of stacking crates on top of other crates at this point. The shelves, completely filled already, to try and get all the stuff inside that Aaron's mother is currently buying.
Oh, glad to see you alright. I'm okay too.
Immediately as you would meet your mother, there'd be long hug and questions whether or not you're alright, how the situation is in the medial district and such.
Yeah.
And to be careful.
I try to be. Well, I gotta go see, like I'm gonna tell her I don't want to stick line, I gotta go see Vidar. Might have ideas. And then, head out shortly after.
As you arrive at Vidar's manor, you find the gate locked.
He doesn't have any method of like a doorbell kind of a thing situation, does he?
There's these large knockers that you see when you arrive for the ball as well. Vidar's manor is sort of directly adjacent to the street. There's no sort of yard, so this is just the
Mhm.
double
Okay.
gate that would lead directly to the ballroom as the first room. But even as you know knock the door knockers, there is no response.
She's gonna cast knock to unlock the door.
You cast knock, and with this loud knock, both the doors just fly open in a room. There's this wind sort of that pushes in as the doors just fly open, and you see chandeliers and sort of all sorts of candles flicker in the strong wind of your entry.
No
Inside, you
motion
see
inside.
No one, no.
She'll step inside and shut the doors behind her. Vidar, are you here?
There is no response.
She's gonna keep detect magic up because she knows that his house is trapped as all get out.
You search the entire mansion?
Yeah.
Okay.
As much as she can.
You walk around, the small yard even with its tiny hedge maze. The ballroom, a sort of feast hall, general, just rooms in between, paintings, instruments. Even what looks like the master bedroom, you find it all empty. You also find it made and cleaned up. In general, there is not much activity throughout the entire mansion. The only real magic or passage that you detect is one that leads below, where you know that the clones were before.
Right.
And without much trouble, you walk through the illusion of a fake wall and wander below. Much like before, it's the same sort of chambers you'd seen. This time, of course, cleaned up and without the tanks. There seem to be a few papers lying around, maps on which there's been sort of lines and general areas marked and drawn. Probably Vidar looking for stuff. But of Vidar himself, you find no sign.
How quickly do I arrive?
You probably arrive around when Evelyn would have still been upstairs, probably looking around sort of the upper floors. There would have likely been a knock then at the door.
Yeah. Gotcha. So we're
And
both
then
by the
Red,
time.
you would have probably, joined on the search.
Yeah.
To
He's
find
not
no Vidar.
here, so it's possible he's just maybe they're having meetings regarding the situation.
It's a council,
So-
yeah. It could be.
Could be with the council. So we'll, I suppose, go ahead there next.
Yeah.
Need a better way of sending him a message in the future, unless he's
yeah,
already at our
I-
house.
Sent. Well, I guess I didn't tell her. I have sent a message out to try to find Brielle and tell her to
Ah,
meet us at our house.
right. I suppose we can at least see if there's a council in session right now.
Yeah.
And she goes back. She's been very efficient to not meddle with anything, not touch anything, not.
Mm-hmm.
So just making sure that she continues that as she heads out the door. And is it a normal lock on his door? Is it a magical lock or is it a physical lock for his door?
It is a magic lock, but it's not like an arcane lock. It's simply sort of moving the inner locking mechanism through magic. It's still a physical lock, but it's moved by, mage hand or some other way of telepathically moving.
then she will do her best to make it as locked as possible. I guess they head over to where the council would be meeting.
As you move over to where the round council chambers are, you see just a mass of crowd around it. A lot of people that you would wager are probably also not from the council. There are a few sort of guardsmen on the stairs keeping people back. There's a lot of people sort of moving in, moving out, and even more people of the crowd just sort of generally shouting things, questions mostly, wanting answers, wanting actions.
I will shine my armor and push through.
You push through and come face to face with this sort of, cordon of guards keeping people back, and they seem not to stop you as you attempt to push past them. You push past and into the council chambers, where you find a similar kind of chaos. It's not as burstingly full as it has been in the past, probably due to some people not, arriving yet, maybe even doing something on their own already, or maybe even being struck by the sickness themselves. What you see, though, is a pit of people shouting loudly, no one really letting another speak in silence. Everyone seems to be in a hysteria themselves.
Any sign of Vidar?
Roll me a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Natural one.
You see Vidar, almost like in a cinema, sort of pushing past these ranks of where people are sitting, as they're, completely ignoring his passing, still sort of leaning forward and shouting into the mass of noise. It seems like he's already moving towards you. Probably he has already spotted you.
Then Evelyn will kind of let out her last breath of relaxing, like her. Okay, everyone's accounted for. That she needed to make sure was accounted for.
As he arrives, sort of pushes you a little bit to the side, the sort of alcove surrounding the chamber.
Well, it would appear that even as one problem is resolved, others immediately follow.
It's out of nowhere.
Has it caused any problems amongst your own?
Not
No,
yet.
everyone's accounted for as far as we can
Good.
tell.
Then perhaps it is time for us to hurry to move out of the city. I've
Maybe.
heard around a little bit. It appears that even just outside of the slum cities, it is not really a perimeter of sorts, but outside no one has been affected by this curse, I want to call it, at all.
So
There is
there
still
any-
contacts I've made in Arudai. Nothing.
That's good.
Antogarg, nothing. Despite the amount of people there, it appears to be local only, which, if we know where to go next, we should hurry and leave before more fall asleep.
Yeah, it's just still no thought of a cause or
No.
anybody. Just came out without warning.
Well,
Perhaps,
the fact that there is nothing found means there is already a process of elimination. It most definitely has to be a higher entity of sorts. I would not even exclude currently that there is some sort of god involved, and as we know, the Dominion do owe their allegiance to at least one such god.
Evelyn's going
Well,
to
Red just like
Meat.
froze and then turned and looked at Evelyn. We got a warning from a god just before this happened.
Which god?
Anidus. What?
The
But
god
we
of
didn't
justice.
do any Did we
What
do
was the
anything?
warning?
This isn't the place.
Okay. There is a lot of things that this council needs to resolve quickly, and I have all of my hands full. How is the situation with the city below?
We need to go and find Silas and Huxley are checking.
Good. It would be best that we wrap up our business quickly.
Per-
If you have not been there
Perhaps-
yet, then I can share at least what I know. There is very little known of this city before, except that, of course, it is where they found the seal that connected the planes back together. Additionally, the city was called Avalda. But there is little else. There are no maps surviving from that time. No real reports. It was simply an old kingdom. One of the largest city around, certainly. There is not even much in terms of history to explain why Polythreme was apparently built above it.
Oh, that's because of Grumba. Anyway. That's... Thanks for the information, Vidar, but... I think we need to go.
I know, yes. And quickly.
Evelyn's
sort
gonna
of-
lock eyes
Rhett-
with Vidar.
Rhett hasn't taken his eyes
And
off Evelyn. He's just
and
like,
she's going to telepathically say to Vidar, I don't believe I can go to the lower city.
He can answer telepathically, right?
Yes, as long as the eye contact is maintained.
Why do you believe so?
Because I have died 3 times.
When?
No, wait, it's 2 times? 2 times. Right, 2 times? Yeah. Right?
2 times.
Am I wrong?
Yeah,
2
2
times. No,
times.
sorry. 2 times. I've died 2 times. Since making a wish with the djinn, which was your concern about the timing.
Say no more. I think it is still crucial we find what is down there. But this lowers our urgency in that sense. It simply shifts it to making sure it does not happen again soon. You can ensure that there should not be any problems.
I'll ensure it as much as I can.
Vidar nods as he starts sort of almost shuffling you out of the
Mhm.
chambers. And Red, can you roll me an insight check?
Sure.
As these two are staring at each
Staring
other for
at each
20
other.
seconds or something.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Rhett has done this to Evelyn before. I'm sure he knows this too. Yeah,
He
does.
knows that he must know that she's having a telepathic conversation.
Yeah, that's a dirty 20. Yeah, he knows this. He's just
There's-
staring her down.
You saw this sort of almost hectic movement from Vidar that as he sort of shuffles you out, almost goes away. In fact, as you start sort of heading down the stairs, as he's, shuffled you out and he remains at the top of the stairs, he stands there almost without that much urgency, just looking after you, seemingly in thought.
Well, in addition to questions, Rhett is now feeling betrayal, so thank you.
It's all good. You're also a traitor that's stealing all my secrets. So you're telling my secrets to spies that have used that knowledge against me. And then you killed the spy. It's fine.
What? You have no evidence. I have evidence.
Evelyn is not going to talk as they begin to make their way back.
Well, Rhett isn't going to talk as they make their way back.
Yeah.
How about that?
No. More saying Evelyn's not engaging in conversation. as she's like now like it's probably the most. She knows Rhett knows
We
something.
finally put it together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait, warnings? Gods? Wait a second. He doesn't know what, but he knows
Yeah,
something.
sure. Yeah. Make
I
their
think
way
we go
back.
back to Quartermains first, and then we
Yeah.
have to go down. So, but you know, I don't know what's going on with others. If Slame had said we're doing this.
So, in the lower districts,
Mm-hmm.
as you descend the chain lift, you have much the same situation as you had in the media district, except amplified by as there are many more people and a lot of people that have a lot fewer means than those of the medial and upper district. So the fight over supplies is a lot harsher. The panic is a lot higher, as people are a little bit more helpless when it comes to crises. Where do you go first?
We take a real quick glance at the map. Where do my friends live again? In which district?
Well, two of them still live in these
Yeah.
homes here. You know that two of them have moved out to the refugee city of Clifford because they were, you know, two of the people that were scooped up in
Mhm.
the imprisonment, so they steered clear of the city for the time being.
Okay, I guess we head for the mining district first because we will also pass the Venerable Swordsman on the way. We'll take Winona to make good ground and quick.
Sorry, where you headed first, Clifford?
Venerable Swordsman
Okay.
towards the mining.
You arrive at the Venerable Swordsman, and much like the last time you'd been here, it appears closed. You see all of the curtains inside still shut, and the door is closed. There doesn't seem to be any activity.
Did he ever tell us where he went? Because he was there like the day before in the morning and was cooking. Kind of, so he must be somewhere. We don't really know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I mean, I will still knock and whatnot and just shout his name once or twice to see if he's not home, and if he
You
isn't, then
knock
yeah.
and you shout his name, and there's no response.
And then I will just continue moving towards the mines where
Mhm.
two of my friends live.
The slum is even more so in chaos, especially where people don't really have anything. You even walk past a couple of these shacks, then the door is open and you see someone lying there, clearly asleep, unconscious, probably with the plague. And yet people are shuffling past and no one seems to really pay these open doors any heed. People are looking around, knocking at doors, you know, talking. There's exchanges. There's people sort of running to stalls, especially around any of the smaller markets or shops within these slums. there is just crowd, and the shelves are largely just bought out, empty. You make your way to where you know that your friends live, and you do find them awake, alive, much like others in these slums, just sort of hurrying around, gathering supplies, making sure that their houses are in good condition, plugging up holes and such, generally cleaning out garbage, trash, the sort. There is definitely a panic that you know is uninformed, like it is a disease, an epidemic that, you know, would be perpetuated through improper hygiene and such. After making sure that those two are all right and their families, where do you head next?
I mean, yeah, towards where the other two live.
You make your way out to the outer slum cities, and the mood itself seems to be almost different. There are still people moving around much in the same way, especially people moving in and out of the city, but in general, the going about outside, people seem calmer almost. And almost immediately as you step into Clifford, you are met with people in long white robes shouting that a transcendence is happening. Not to be afraid, not to fear, that what is happening is the work of a god. The sleeping god. And that all should praise the sacrifice of those falling asleep and honor them by the fact that they are ascending already, and soon all may join them in this eternal, peaceful sleep.
Of course, there's lunatics.
You find the two you're looking for, Skarga and... I totally remember the name, and don't have to look it up. Salman. And they too seem alright. They found some work outside, tending to the mushroom farms that, you know, supply most of the outer cities with a lot of resources. And their families also seem alright. So far, at least. As far as you know, none you know personally have been affected. But they are all very worried. To the point that they even ask you what you think of the people outside, preaching them this is the work of a god. Do you offer them any words?
I will just tell them if they need supplies, if they need anything to survive, they should just come towards Quartermains and let us know. We will help
Okay.
them and
They
their families.
gratefully accept the help offered, and yeah. Having ensured that they're both well and about, is there anything anywhere else you wanted to head?
Hux, is there anywhere you want to go?
No.
Guess let's head back then, because should catch up with Abelin and Red to see if they found out anything. This is getting out of hand, like people are dying left and right, and some people start to believe in a new god and whatnot. This is crazy.
Okay. So throughout the day, you find your way back to Quartermains. Going around checking up on people probably takes you the greater part of the day. As you return, probably first having a sort of shorter and less obstructed way, Evelyn and Rent,
Mm-hmm.
you would find that once you return, Riel would be there waiting.
Glad to see you're alright.
Yeah, Rent, good to see you too. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
A couple people at the Song Spire also fell asleep. Everything alright?
Not sure yet.
You wanted
I mean,
something?
clearly not. Yes. As soon as Silas gets back, I think we wanted to try sending to a few people that are pretty farther away.
Right. Well, I've not done much yet today. Should be able to.
Right. Right.
You hear the door open.
No. And she goes silent for a moment.
We're back.
Welcome back.
Hello.
If you need to try sending anything, Silas.
Yeah, definitely. We want to make sure that Antog is okay.
Well, I'll need a name and, if possible, a close description of the person.
You know, she's got this auburn hair, and I'm going to describe my girlfriend.
I think you have a perfect drawing somewhere there, Silas.
Do you show a drawing of some sort?
Yeah, I will probably have like couple drawings actually of her.
Okay, and what should the message be?
Is everything alright in Antog? Any
Okay.
new diseases
Okay.
or something?
Okay.
We'll probably identify who the message is coming from as well.
Yeah,
From
okay,
Silas.
And tell her that we're okay, you know.
Uh-huh. So you concentrate.
And also that I love her.
Staff it. Uh-huh. Your staff in both hands. As you see her cast the spell. Then she opens her eyes again and looks around. Oh, there we are. You see her close her eyes again. Thank you. Tell him we're all right. Nothing has happened in Antog. Does Polythreme require more aid? I...
You have to,
I love you very much, silly cat.
you're gonna do great at this adventure thing, Brielle. You're perfect.
Do we need any aid from Antog? And he looks at Evelyn. Like any more
Supplies and
Supplies
lower
and
district will
whatnot.
probably be somewhat low as panic sets in people's stockpile. So theoretically, if they're able to offer some, that would be great, but it will be messy trying to direct that it goes to the lower district and not the upper district where they're stockpiling.
We can at least start sending stuff over. It will take some time to reach here to reach here for some time anyway, right? So should
Probably by that point in time it'll be more about stabilization
Yeah.
than immediate assistance.
Okay, then please tell Lorana that, yeah, Polythreme, if they can spare some food, provisions, other supplies, then would be very helpful if they could send them here. Also, I'm not silly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you see her close her eyes. She says she'd have to talk about it with Nosh something,
Nojrat, yeah.
but she'd arrange something, and also that you're very silly.
What did you just call me? Slabs Brielle? No, just kidding.
That's the great.
Was there anyone else we haven't been able to contact? Silas, we got a hold of everyone up top. All of your friends are okay? Swordsman and everybody?
There was no one at the Venerable Swordsman, so I don't know about our friend there, but my other friends are okay. Families too.
Guess we should check on Endor though. What's the point?
Yeah.
We could probably do that though.
Aleph, Endo was here yesterday. Do you know where he stays right now? I guess he didn't go back to the Venerable Swordsman then, because he was also involved in the incident.
Oh no, he said he was going back.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he said he was headed straight there. We didn't see him?
No, I knocked and shouted his name, but no one opened. I didn't break in or anything, but I just thought he might stay up here for a while.
Do you happen to have a drawing of him? I mean, well, Brielle, can you
I can make a... make a sketch real quick.
You should try to do that.
Yeah, it will take a couple of minutes to make a sketch of Endor. Show it to Bria. Could you try and contact
Again, you
this
see her
one?
close her eyes, and a couple seconds later, there's this sort of discontent on her face. You sure that's accurate? You can't seem to reach him.
I showed the picture to the others. It's accurate, right?
One moment. I'm gonna start casting Dream.
Mm-hmm.
And then try to contact Endor via Dream. He's asleep.
You attempt to connect to his dream. And it's almost like there's this sort of connection, the space that's currently still nothing stretches before you and stretches and stretches. And even though it has a target it is seeking out, even though the spell works and it connects, this face never keeps finding the dream.
So, like, I can't form the space like I normally do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's asleep.
It's like
Even
you
in
are
his sleep.
connecting to host and it just
Yeah.
connects forever, basically.
Yeah.
He seems to be asleep even in his sleep, I would say.
Huh. That's not
So,
good.
That's not good, yeah.
We should
He was
go
just here
there.
yesterday. He was
Should go there and take him
completely fine.
and bring him here.
Yeah, yep.
Because if he lies there and for a couple of days he will just die of malnourishment and thirst.
Yeah, yes, we
If
will make
even
sure.
if he doesn't die in his sleep.
Yes.
What do you think, Abel? Is it something that is can we even like bring him here, or does it endanger us all? Do you think
I
is
think
it
we have-
contagious?
Yeah.
You can bring him here.
Maybe, Aelith and Brielle, this would be a good job for you to go get him. Right now.
No, I know where the Venerable Swordsman is. I'll go immediately.
Yeah, you're good with, like, keys and locks
you-
and stuff.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I can come along. And Elif and Brielle head out.
The B team.
Good old B team.
'Cause I think we have
It'll
some
probably
things to
take them a couple
discuss.
hours in the late evening. Do you wait until then, or do you head off to sleep before then? Or is there something else you'd like to do?
Well, I think we have a few things to discuss, apparently.
Yeah, what did you find out? Vidar, okay? Your family, Evelyn? And yours, Red?
They're
Your mother?
all good.
Good.
Okay, she's fine.
And all of your friends are fine.
Yes.
Good.
But I suggested that God might be involved.
Uh-huh.
Might have, warned
How?
us or something. I don't know. Might have warned us or something. Recently. It has come to my mind.
Evelyn's not meeting her gaze.
Uh-huh.
She's like kind of glancing at her hands, like thinking, like she's got a thinking expression. Right?
I mean,
She's not looking up at you, even though you've positioned directly across from her.
Exactly.
She's very aware of where you are. She's just not looking at you.
How did
It's not
Evelyn?
like
how did-
Western
yeah.
staring you down.
I mean, is there an inside check to be done here for Silas to see that these two are kind of weirding around?
Yeah, this hasn't happened before. I don't think.
Yeah, that's why I'm
I feel
thinking
like you'd
about
definitely
this.
already be able to tell that something's good, because I'm assuming Red is not hiding that he's staring daggers.
You're right.
Yeah.
And Evelyn is
And
just kind
Evelyn
of
is
staring
just
at her
avoiding
hands.
his gaze.
So how did you find out it's not contagious?
Just some hypothesizing on my part.
Right.
Hypothesizing having to do with perhaps a certain someone, certain gene, perhaps.
Narrowing my brows.
Reluctantly look up at Red.
I mean, it took me
wouldn't
long enough, but I'm putting
Be
it
a
together.
horrible leap of logic.
Hmm. What happened last night?
I think that the papers clearly expressed what happened. an increase of individuals fell to the sleeping plague, as they're calling it, and some will never wake up from that.
And nothing else around here might have happened. Like the time previous, we had a big fight. Most of us were doing really poorly. You came through pretty all right. Seemingly.
I pulled through,
Mm-hmm.
as we all did.
Mm-hmm. And before that, we had just bought a gin. And last night,
Last night I was simply testing some theories.
well, I'd say we had a result, unless I'm wildly missing the mark here.
I feel like it was enough to settle some information and understand that the sleeping plague is not contagious.
And could you explain that conclusion and logic for the rest of us that are not so gifted?
Yeah, I feel like I'm still missing some pieces here.
Mm-hmm. Good point, Sly.
I think it's also important that we focus on our other tasks at hand. Vidora was rather urgent that we take care of the situation down in the lower city.
Is there even an insight check to be made for this obvious change of topic?
Good point, Sly.
Depends on
Silas.
whether or not Evelyn wants to make an opposing incentive.
He's horrible at this crap. There's no need to. You might be. I mean, it's at least obvious that she's changing the topic.
Yeah,
you know.
that's like so
At that
obvious.
point in time, probably insight would be like, what is her motive in changing it? But
Yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna try to find out that. It's just like, do I even? I mean, I as a player, that was the most obvious change of
Yeah,
topic
yeah,
ever
yeah.
made. So
Yeah.
I was like, probably Soleil. Even
No,
Soleil will
to
find.
be clear, Evelyn's charisma is crap. Her deception's a -1 as a normal. Like this is
Great.
This is not her area of expertise.
For the sake of, you playing your character stats instead of yourself, though.
Right.
We'll always let you roll if you want it to be a roll.
Right.
All right. I guess I'm just. I mean, we're talking around the topic here. Like, I'm just gonna ask you, Evelyn, do you have anything to do with the sleeping plague?
It seems that way.
Huh.
A side effect.
Something you have not told Silas or Huxley, I believe.
Of a wish I made.
A wish with a. Oh.
It seems like at the time of making the wish, one of those side effect initially came into effect. While it has nothing to do with the wish I made, it seems that it's a side effect of my wish triggering based on the jinn's disposition to ensure suffering.
The wish? Did we ever talk about that in detail?
No, she
No,
doesn't
I
do
was
that
pretty
at
sure I didn't know, yeah.
He
Okay.
did it telepathically.
Yeah.
all. Yep. Red's the only one that's aware
That's
of
why
it.
Rhett said it's not something you told Silas or accidentally.
So you did make a wish with a frickin' djinn that screws everyone over every time. Somehow. Well, it was very well made clear. That's not a good idea to do so.
It seemed pertinent at the time, and this was an unforeseen side effect.
An unforeseen side effect that we were told about beforehand, basically. Not exactly this one, but that there would be side effects.
I had believed that those would be outlined as part of the wish, and it seems they weren't.
What exactly is the trigger then?
Yeah, what is the trigger?
Because right, that's what the trigger is. The wish was simply that if I die, I would be instantly reincarnated.
And so what happened here last night?
A testing of theory to see if there was a connection of the side effect.
Rhett's gonna like
So
come across the table
so
and slap you.
You died.
Yeah, she doesn't avoid that.
After all the
PvP
goddamn
let's
times
go initiative.
that I've tried to keep you alive.
I believed it would be a harmless test. I had concerns, but believed that there was no way that these could be connected. I needed to know that there wasn't a connection. That's not what I found out.
So
So we need to go to the lower city. And move forward with that avenue.
Rhett's like doing some breathing exercises. Yeah.
So we're just like,
Not
well,
exactly.
this happened, and just move forward.
As your at least former, maybe future, social advisor, this is where you start apologizing to your friends.
Would it make you feel better if I apologized? Would it change anything if I apologized? Would it undo anything if I apologized? If I offered words in response?
Only if you meant them. In which case, yes, it would matter.
And
Because the
also,
future is built on the present.
exactly, it
Present
would make
is
us
built on our feelings.
it would make us feel that your future decisions would be made with your past mistakes in mind, at least, and that you regret the choices.
That's why
This
feelings
was
matter.
the farthest result that I anticipated from the wish I made. And if I had known the consequences at that time, would have never made the wish I made.
Insight check. I don't
Okay.
know.
Give me a positive insight check. You do not need to say if it was deception or persuasion until we know the result.
Guess I would also check
23.
her out at that moment.
I don't think she can beat a 23.
No.
I had a
it's,
10.
I'm trying to decide what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. I'm trying to figure out her answer.
Maybe that is your answer. That there is a grain of truth in there when it's not entirely.
Yeah.
Because she's saying if
Maybe
she'd
you
known,
yourself don't know.
if she'd known these consequences, she would have made the
It's
wish.
so it's technically a 10. And
Okay.
I would say that what you get would probably be that she sounds unsure.
Yeah,
What if I also had a 10? Is that enough or not?
You're certain that there is regret, Rand, but you're not entirely sure if it's true that she would have never made the wish.
Mhm.
I rolled a 10 and she rolled a 10. What does that mean for me?
As a draw, technically nothing would happen in that sense. I think you'd get a mixed feeling as well, but you don't feel like she's hiding anything from you. You have less of a doubt that she's being genuine right now. Maybe there's an inkling, but at least from what she said, you don't get any indication that she is. What you yourself believe, obviously, is completely up to you. I'm not gonna tell you you have to believe something.
If I could go back and change things, I would. As it stands, I intend to do everything I can to make sure it doesn't happen again.
I believe that. And I believe that you regret being outsmarted by a genie.
The last time we
There is a
argued,
bitter expression on her face at your choice of wording at that.
Mhm.
I just remember the last time we argued was about one dead reporter. And I thought we made clear that we would talk about stuff in the future if anything ever happened again like that.
We're talking now about it.
Afterwards again, yeah. And nothing can be done about it anymore.
It was
I
supposed to be
understand.
a harmless wish.
I understand the first time. I even understand. So hold on, the second time even. You died in that fight, apparently.
Yes, I did.
So that would have been the time to start talking to us. To Silas's point.
Still seemed entirely unbelievable.
Yeah, but still, when you die, it's something that you might want to inform people of.
It didn't seem relevant in the moment. Everyone was up. Everyone was managing one way or another to limp back out.
Mhm.
Well,
It didn't seem important.
at that moment, but there was like another day and another evening. There was like
Mm.
time afterwards when we were feeling better already.
It was a passing moment of death. It didn't seem relevant to bring up. The concern of it being connected at all to the sleep plague seemed absurd and more a human drawing lines crazy theory than any sort of possibility.
Sure.
But it
I
didn't
I
seem
can
too
even believe
crazy
that.
to you because you went as far as killing yourself to
Yeah,
disprove
exactly.
this theory. So it
Specifically to Silas's point, you said you were going to talk to us before killing anyone else. That includes you.
true.
I apologize. I should have brought it to your attention before making that leap. I hadn't really considered it in those terms. Simply as a simple action, something I've had to face on multiple occasions now, and it's become somewhat trivial knowing it's momentary. I apologize for considering it as anything as not as trivial.
You can hear a grunt from Soleil as he turns around and walks in towards the door, and instead of opening it, just using the slip to vanish.
Mm-hmm. You move into the slip and stay there, or are you slipping somewhere?
He wasn't running, so it's probably a very slow descent into the slip. He just basically just wanted to not to slip through the door, basically, to not open it, and just for it to take longer, to give him time to like be in the slip, and just
Mhm.
the fall that takes quite long, just to get time alone with his thoughts, and
Yeah, to
the
yourself.
tranquility of the slip helps.
Is a long moment, probably about an hour of you, gaining momentum. And you probably don't spend a lot of time even there. You immediately start moving back out again, knowing that it will take you time. On the other side, you probably will not see Silas until midnight or something, when he just suddenly appears on the other side of the door.
Jeez.
That's what happens when you just go slowly into the slip, I guess.
Has Huxley said anything, or just curious?
No, he kind of looks like he's about to cry, like a child who's.
Mom and dad are fighting.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh god.
Oh, that's almost the saddest part about this whole scene.
Oh god.
Like just looking between Evelyn and Rhett and Chule or Silas and not knowing what side to take.
Poor baby.
Okay, I would say let's take a 5 to 10 minute break then. I gotta go to the toilet.
I need to pee so bad. Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool.
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 Spend a couple of minutes processing.
Yeah. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine.
Great RP.
Isn't this a great fun game?
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
D&D, man.
Okay, I'll be back.
Do a talk about it before going to bed.
I feel like Rhett eventually looks at Huxley, sees the pitiful sight, like takes off his hat and just like holds his head.
I am sorry. It just doesn't feel like saying those words against how many people it's affected are sufficient.
Oh, well, you're right. I don't see how we can responsibly continue doing dangerous things. Well, how you can continue doing dangerous things.
I have several methods that have previously been relatively efficient in making sure I don't die. I just also now have extra incentive to withdraw.
I mean, that's fine. That's a pragmatic and practical answer to the problem. There is also the I don't know. modicum of justice or something here. I mean, yeah. Can you get out of a wish? Can you? I don't even.
Negotiate the terms of the wish would likely require a meeting with the Jinn again.
It didn't seem like he was really sticking around.
Which makes negotiating the terms of the wish difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Are you suggesting that I should stay behind then?
Maybe. Did you tell Vidar when we were standing there? It seems like you told him.
I suggested it. I
It's
alluded
the same.
to it
He's
as
intelligent enough.
he suggested that we continue on with our task.
Yeah. Look. I'm not over this. I would suggest you also think about the harm that is still ongoing because of your actions. People are going to be up in arms. You saw the state of the city.
I did.
I don't know what this looks like, but people need answers, so that's not the state of the city. We have those answers. Yes, I understand. Effectively, if I don't know what that looks like, but help me think through it. That's an ongoing harm, right? Chaos and breaking into people's sleeping homes and looting and stockpiling and shortages and starvation. Yes?
Are you suggesting we tell people the cause?
It's better than them thinking it's a spreadable disease and killing each other over getting too close or some stupid things. Those are preventable deaths. Yes, I understand telling people basically means that everyone's going to want to lynch you, but like, let's at least think through that.
Yes, let's think through that. We tell the people. They want to blame someone. They have someone to blame.
Mm-hmm.
There is no power in this city that would be able to keep that mass of individuals away from me. So, they, depending on how rational they are, will either kill me and thus cause more deaths, or they will find a more creative way, and the population in general, when they become vindictive, the nature is rather twisted to instead prolong that.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying I deserve?
Obviously not.
But it's what you want to do.
I am trying. No. It is not. There are obviously creative solutions there. I do not think that you deserve that. I do not think you have done this intentionally. I'm quite angry about you killing yourself without, you know, as we discussed.
I understand that you are upset about the actions that I took. I am struggling to understand how you're upset about that, but also considering...
Because there are things we can prevent. Yes, I clearly understand that we can't tell people it was you and have there be some expectation that that's not what I'm suggesting. But there are ways to go about that. Like we have to do stuff. You need to do something to make right what you can here. If that is some combination of Vidar's simulacrum and a disguise and a weird variant of the justice you described, or if it is a more careful explanation to the right people and enough of the right people to start putting out correct information in a convincing way. Do you see where I'm going?
I'm concerned with where you are going. I expressed this situation to you as an attempt of trusting you with information, as an attempt, as you keep insisting I do, of trusting everyone in this room, or who was in this room, with the information.
Yes.
Silas has left the room, and I don't know what he's doing with that information anymore.
He's probably walking very slowly through another phone, if I had to guess.
You want justice.
No. Maybe.
You want justice for...
I want at least there not to be additional suffering caused because of this, which there is being. And I'm asking you to help come up with solutions toward that end. If you don't like my solutions, fine. I agree, they're not great. The entire point of your whole experiment is, if I understood correctly, to put some end to the death and suffering and the injustice of the gods. Is that about right? And I support that.
Right. You mean the wish? The purpose of the wish?
Well, the purpose of the wish is, I would guess, so that you have time to accomplish your larger goals.
Yes.
Which is what I just stated, the general
That's
end
correct.
to the death, suffering, and injustice of the... Right. Okay.
Gods in general seem fleeting, and their will and suggestions are...
Yep.
If the priests that came by yesterday had simply expressed what this god was attempting to say, then it wouldn't have even attempted.
I'm not disagreeing.
So they have knowledge, and they're not using it.
Not
They're
disagreeing.
withholding. And
As I said, I agree.
The reference that they receive for that is unbelievable. But I'm not in a position yet to fully fight it.
But do you see how, if at some point you are able to fight it, how you should not begin actions now that shows some sense of justice where you can, in the moment? Because I understand the past, but in this moment, can't we do something
I have money.
to put something right?
I can attempt to destroy that again through the lower cities, to assist and aid with food, to calm people. People rely on several basic mentalities. They want to know
That's
they have food, rest, safe place to sleep, basic resources and access to keeping themselves healthy. If you provide those, that removes a lot of the
yeah.
underlying concerns and fears that people have, which is what
And
I've been doing from the start with the refugees.
great. Yes, we should do that. And to your point on challenging gods, should we not, in some sense, be in some way truthful? Like, I understand your concerns about yourself, obviously. But you see a little bit of the hypocrisy of, oh, the god didn't tell me, and then, oh, I'm not going to tell the people that I affected. With I can't describe the power as anything other than a god. I mean, it's a gene's power, similar. Maybe
There's
not now.
already
Maybe it's not
a-
now. Maybe it's something later that doesn't sit right to be going through all this and blaming the injustice of the world, and when we commit some great injustice that we then can justify it to ourselves. Surely that is the action of a god. See what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand theoretically what you're saying. I can think and see if I can come up with something. I have limited resources and I have to be cautious as there's already a following in the refugee camps that believe I am connected to this. They call me the tired saint. And people are falling asleep.
Oh god.
And so they believe this is some sort of divine transcendence that's happening.
Okay, well
Those who have
that's
fallen
even
asleep.
worse. But I mean, I guess they're not wrong. If you consider it a Jinn divine, which isn't far off.
I may have made an additional mistake.
Okay.
When I went out to see them yesterday. I've been throwing around this concern in my head. And when they suggested that I was connected to it, it irritated me. And as I already know what I intended to do last evening, and I believed that it would be fruitless, I told them to anticipate more sleepers last night.
Yeah, well, you were wrong. As you know, sorry. That was. Well, now they believe there is a God, huh? Great. Okay.
You wanted them to believe there was a god.
I did not. No, that's not what I meant.
You wanted a suggestion of one a moment ago.
No. I said they weren't quite wrong. And that we should set them right rather than doing exactly what the gods do and claiming all this stuff for it. It's almost comical. I'm sorry, I am being too hard on you here. You are not a god, obviously.
Yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to figure out how to set things right. I understand
Yes.
that I don't have the means at the moment. But I'll look for ways that I can.
Good. I think you should not withhold this from all other people. In the same way that you understandably and completely justifiably hate how much the gods withhold from us mere mortals. That I'm not saying put this out to people, but there needs to be someone or some record or something that there needs to be truth in the world. In exactly the same way you pointed out about the gods and their hypocrisy. Can you also consider that?
You have thoughts about who?
I do not have a good answer to that.
Theoretically, I am open for the conversation. It would just have to be very cautiously done to not
Yes,
cause more panic.
I agree.
In a very similar way of if this were to be understood within Polythreme, I could be looking at a mass of people who would love to lynch me for the situation. If this were to get out to... We're not that far out from having been able to bypass a war from Antigarch. If you had a spy that knew if you kill an individual person here, you'll take out a mass of the civilization, that's a threat to the city as a whole. So it has to be done
That's true.
extremely cautiously and with consideration of all angles.
That's true.
But theoretically, I'm open to the idea in a very safe setting. It is very much my goal at this point in time to not die again.
Both agree on that.
Lux, are you okay?
That's
Are you what?
Are you okay? This has been a lot.
Yes.
Do you have any concerns?
What are we gonna do now?
Well, we should be looking to go down to the lower city and what we were trying to do before.
Is Shelley coming back?
I certainly hope so.
I am sure that Soleil will not be gone without you seeing him. Soleil will certainly come back to see you, Huxley. Do you need a hug?
Yes.
and then Rhett's gonna like look over at Evelyn like,
She's kind of
"Do
looking
you want to
like
get in on the family hug?"
she's like, what?
He'll like wave his hand up.
Like,
He
stretching out his
reluctantly
hand.
stands up and like hesitantly makes her way over. Eyeing Rhett like this is the worst possible idea ever.
And this is justice.
Now you
I'm
can
like,
experience true suffering.
Hesitantly reaches out and does like that awkward, not fully like connecting like pat kind of a thing.
Like, just like drawing you in.
It's
Right,
hard to
it's-
withstand that hug. 'Cause
They're
26
there.
strength.
You know, okay. It'll all sort out, I'm sure.
As long as we just work together, everything will be fine.
I absolutely agree. If we stick together, we can work through this. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Somewhat faintly, you hear the front door open and close.
Right. That's probably... Someone will go turn and double check who's...
I don't know. Does
Arrived.
Huxley let you go?
Oh yeah, so
You
right.
make it
Does
get us a
actually...
drink check?
It takes a few seconds.
Wait, there is someone at the door. They're there.
People start like walking while carrying both Rhett and
Oh,
Evelyn.
go!
All right. I suppose this is one way of checking on the door.
No, it didn't. Oh, he is indeed asleep. Where did you want us to bring him?
We do have a spare room upstairs right now, don't we?
Yes.
I think it's Aidless. Or wait.
Well, she's been sleeping in the library.
Edith has been staying here, in Lithiana here, and well, technically this room is free.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's just a couple balls.
Yeah, we can clear that room.
It's fine.
You probably already did. It's just yeah, I haven't changed the picture in a while.
Yeah. So we can use Kara's room. Right, upstairs works in the room on the left. I'd show you.
I'll just throw it, let you go now.
Oh, my ribs.
Yeah, so Ellen will.
You lead them to
Try,
the
yeah.
outside room. Has probably, been cleaned and made. And it's currently empty.
We'll see to him here and see what we can do.
Right. Well, I should probably get back to the college. I'm sure
Yeah.
things are still very busy, unless there was.
Oh,
She
thanks.
looks at you.
Thanks for all the
Okay.
help.
Thank you, sir. Thank and carry on. You see Edith sort of let out a long sigh. Still sort of looking at the door and then moving back.
Well, I guess we're just gonna hang out until Slay pops in. Really?
I'll at least take a look at Ender and see if there's anything he needs. Edwin will do like a basic medicine check, kind of
Mhm.
checking him over, make sure he's
Yeah.
not in any
You
distress, and
can't really tell anything wrong. There is probably this sort of bruise on his forehead where you assume he may have suddenly fallen asleep and fallen over and perhaps hit the floor or something. But other than that, there is nothing wrong except that he is unconscious.
she'll at least try and like, based on the timing of it, since it's been nearly a full day, I assume at this point in time.
Mm-hmm.
She'll try and like give him some water, like by doing the whole, like dribble a little bit of water and
Mhm.
like all that kind of thing, to make sure he doesn't get dehydrated.
Okay.
Then I guess eventually at some point she slides off into her room unless.
I want to hang out for a little bit, just like thinking about that.
Would you stay awake until around midnight?
You, Evelyn.
Huxley is gonna go and feed Suxley. And then just sits in Chalet's room, like petting Suxley and petting Chalet, like cuddling with them.
Especially Hilary. I imagine it's not the best cuddler, it's just trying to eat you.
You will get a lot of pets and hugs.
Then a couple hours pass like that.
Well,
And
Where's Rhett saying something?
Evelyn,
Hmm.
you love the rest of your family, right? Is that accurate to say?
Yes.
Anyone else in the world? I'm going somewhere with this.
I care about you as an individual, and thus your mother, because it concerns pertinent to you. I care about our group. She's like swatching you, like trying to feel like also figure out, is this a test of like who am I supposed to say? And Reginald.
Yeah. No,
And
I understand you care about a lot of people. I'm asking if there's anyone you really love in the world. And I appreciate that, thanks.
Shudders, like her face kind of shudders a smidge about at that. I did.
But not at this point, particularly.
No.
You keep a journal.
Occasionally. Not, I don't write down much.
Yeah.
Mostly more for inventions or experiments.
Yeah. As you think about who we might pass the truth on to, maybe it would be good to, I don't know, write something as if to him, explaining what you're doing, why. Think about what he had to say about it.
She gives a slow nod and then turns to walk away.
Mm-hmm. Rhett's gonna hang out here, I guess. If he calculated right. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it takes a couple of hours when it is almost dead of night. When you reappear, Silas. The staircase.
Storming off outside the door.
You're walking out.
Yeah.
Before you run up. Huxley's in your room. He was crying. And I'm gonna go upstairs. So that's like the sentence you get.
Silas outside needs some fresh air.
Mhm. You go outside into the city where the sort of bustle and busyness of the day has slowly begun to settle. It's still there, you can still helm, but at least in the medial district, things are getting more quiet again.
God damn it, and he stomps back inside.
Got him.
Hey there, Hux.
Looks has probably fallen asleep on the bed, like curled up.
Oh.
Some of your pillows may have been shredded accidentally.
You probably still see Hilay just sort of chewing on a corner. Not really chewing per se, but just sort of shredding as there's just some fibers to the side.
I will just put Hilay to the side, so can't do any more damage.
As soon as
Mm.
there's nothing in the mouth anymore,
Yeah.
it stops moving.
And I guess we'll just... Guess the bed is big enough, we'll just go to sleep next to Hux.
Yeah. Okay. You all have a long rest.
Hey, my last level of exhaustion's gone.
Nice! Let's go! Everyone is back to full.
We're totally ready to go out right now. Yeah. Good.
In the morning, there is relatively early on a knocking on the door.
I'm not answering that goddamn door. I'm not.
Evelyn was probably up early-ish, so she can go answer the door.
Outside, you see a relatively young human with a large package in his hand. Oh, it's an express package to deliver in person.
Who's
Miss,
it?
Quad server?
That's me.
You see him put down the package and write something on a scroll. If I could have you touch the scroll real quick, thank you. He holds out the scroll, completely rolled up for you to grab onto.
She reaches out and touches the scroll.
You sense a very slight activation of magic. And immediately after, he pulls the scroll from your hand. Right, that'll be all. And he turns and leaves.
Am I familiar with that scroll at all? Like that method of anything? Is it something I've seen before?
I think you would have. It's not uncommon for packages that have a very expensive content if they get delivered for that scroll to be used. Just as a
So-
confirmation that it has reached the right target.
Go ahead and cast Detect Magic and eye the box that's on the ground.
You have sense a pretty strong magic from it. Several sources, all appearing exactly the same. 8 of them.
Go ahead and pick up the box and carry it into the workshop. And then send Kieran to go wake up Rhett.
I'm awake.
I know, but to drag him down here. I just received a package and I figured at this point in time I should make sure you know before I open it.
Cast Death Ward. That's nothing else.
Fair enough. I just thought I'd let you know I wasn't that concerned about it.
Yep. You made a good point last night.
Right. Is there anything on the package itself that says who it's from or anything?
It's a relatively unmarked, very plain looking wooden box. There's no real markers or anything on the outside.
Anything, is that an obvious way of opening it?
Yeah, it just simply has a lid that you can flip open.
And then go ahead and flip open the lid.
Inside, you see in compartments 8 large red potions. And a note that is loosely tossed on top of them. It's a fairly short sentence. It is in Vidar's handwriting. And you can tell that usually Vidar formulates entire letters. In this very, he addresses people directly with, a head and a signature, but it's extremely short. It simply reads, "You will hear rumors, encourage them. Vidar."
Oh.
Fairly short. And inside you find 8 potions of supreme healing.
Cool. And it seems like Vidar might be looking for something solution-wise, and she'll pass the note to Rhett. And some healing potions.
Great. Yeah.
So I'll keep these on hand, I suppose. Do you want to carry some of them?
I suppose I should have a couple.
I'll split them. I'll give you 4 of these. 4.
Giving me 4 of them.
Yeah, here you go. 4 potions of supreme healing in front of you. I didn't notice this other divine sniff appeared. Again.
There's a couple.
Suffering. What? Thank you.
What's up? You don't like that? You don't like that one?
Slaps it.
Oh gosh.
Okay. I see what pleases.
Okay, is there anything you do for the rest of this day?
I just need some time to think, I think. Yeah. I'm just gonna go work on a cannon.
Okay. Then I'm assuming over the next 1 or 2 days, at least, you spend the rest of your free time working on your personal project as you are processing.
Yeah.
And then on the day that you decide to go to the mine is where we end today's session, which is now.
Does I check in from time to time on Soleil and Huxley just to not like trying to.
You can let me know.
bounce
You
up.
probably spend, I would say, at least 2 days working on your stuff before you gather together to actually go down. So in the time, you can tell me what it is you would be doing.
I was kind of more asking if Soleil or Huxley had anything more to add
Mhm.
as far as over the next few days.
I guess Huxley would just try to get everyone together all the time. Like, oh, we should do this together.
It's pretty
You try
easy.
to- every time you
Yeah.
try to just get Elith to cook food and then gather everyone from their own personal rooms to eat at the table together.
It's
It's very
Pre-
awkward the first
it's
few times.
it's pretty easy to hold us together because Silas will start becoming the most professional shadow Abelin has ever seen.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
It's terrifying. Oh no.
He's like he's always behind her. He's like official bodyguard right now. Not invisible,
see,
not
I
anything.
see.
He's just standing behind her everywhere at any point. He is helping probably sometimes with whatever she's doing, but mostly he's full bodyguard
Maybe
mode.
like if it makes him feel better at some point in time, pass him a potion of supreme healing. When he's like just stalking her here, if you're gonna be this much of a stalker. Guard. Sorry, guard. Here's a potion.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna take it. Probably says nothing and just takes it. And
Yeah. She's not necessarily gonna try and prompt Soleil into any conversation,
Mm-hmm.
but she's not dismissing him or trying to stay hidden from him or dodge him or anything like that.
During that time, do you continue research on the silver, or is there something specific you're doing?
Probably research on the silver and also double checking on things in the lower city or on the
Some cities.
refugee
Mhm.
cities.
The outer cities.
Yeah.
They're not really slums anymore.
Right. So she'd probably make a couple of trips there, but
Mhm.
she'd keep her trips shorter because if Hux is very much trying to keep people together for like meals and things like that, she'd make an effort to actually be around for every meal.
When you'd wander through the city, of course, Silas, you'd notice this as well, being a shadow.
mm-hmm.
There are certain groups of people that, start kneeling when she passes by in the outer cities. In the lower districts, occasionally there seems to be the opposite. Especially when you notice people that have the robes of Aenitas and the emblems, you just see dagger eyes across the road and people avoiding Evelyn's presence altogether.
I mean, what the other guys, what probably everyone in the group will notice that Silas has been playing Evelyn's bodyguard for quite some times.
Mm-hmm.
He acts very different when he's actually bodyguarding. He's like,
Mm.
like this is like professionalism times 10. This is like the real deal.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
He was just a very bad actor beforehand.
Evelyn will kind of, in the lower city, lower district, she'll kind of outright ignore the glances, trusting that Soleil will have her back,
Mhm.
and kind
There
of
are
nod and
times when you are unsure if he's even still following you. But every time you probably turn.
yeah. And she's going to assume this could be potentially tied to the rumors that Vidar might be talking about. So she's not going to really do much about it, one way or another.
Mhm.
Outside of like the people that kneel to her, like kind of nodding, smile, like offering a smile here or there, kind of thing.
Mhm.
So.
Okay. And then before we continue with what I actually prepped for this session, this is what we're called for today.